See here. Um, okay, there we go. We should be pretty much live. So we can... First viewer to chat in this stream. Yes, you are, Potion. And welcome back. I'm just fixing some errors here. Or warnings, rather. But then I'm going to be testing the multiplayer a bit further. Yeah, I'm going to test the multiplayer. Yeah, being assigned, but its value is never used. Nice to get rid of all these warnings. So, like, there used to be 100 warnings or something. Should enable streamer mode. I don't get the notifications. There we go. Okay, so we'll see now if we recompile what happens. We should have very few errors now. Or very few warnings, I mean. Only 12. That one. Yeah, obsolete. Annoying, it keeps recompiling every single time I make like one of those changes. I am doing well. I fixed the server browser yesterday, pretty much. I saw there was one error or something. So we're gonna be testing a bit of multiplayer today. Just see that I can like connect and walk around and do shit. And then after that, we will start work on Penguin Springs. Which is like, guys, this is the hype era of this stream. Yeah, I'm just basically cleaning house, you know? For however long, this game has had like hundreds of warnings. So like these little yellow marks here, you can see they pop up soon. Like there. So basically like when you're coding, your code can have oh shit, Skibbity dude is there. When you're coding, there are like different, hello Aaron, there are different levels of, thank you so much Darwin, glad you like it. Different levels of errors you can have, right? So you can have logs, which is just stuff that you log out into the console as you're running the game. And logs can just be informational, but they can also be representative of bugs or whatever. Then you have warnings, which are generally auto-generated by like either the compiler or whatever library you're using. Warnings don't have to be like bad. Warnings can just say, hey, this looks weird. Is this intentional? And they can often catch, you know, sort of sneaky bugs. But they can also be warning you of like, oh, this thing that you're using here is basically out of date. You should probably use a newer method for this, because this is old stuff you're using. And it can also be like, oh, the way you're doing this is, are you sure you're intending to do this? Because this looks kind of weird. And warnings, you know, generally you want to address them, but you don't have to. And then you have errors, which is like, this script won't even run to begin with, because it's just spouting out errors. Just the way it's written is wrong. But then you get like these runtime errors, which is basically, the code is written fine, but when it's running, it ends up running in the wrong way, in unpredictable ways that is not allowed to. And errors you need to fix. You're never allowed to have errors. I mean, you can have errors. Sometimes you can code, you can code in ways that expect errors, but generally that's bad practice. Web developers love to ignore errors because the way JavaScript works is that it just doesn't care about errors. Aaron's been around for a while. Aaron's not. But yeah, JavaScript doesn't care about errors. It just keeps running. Because the idea with JavaScript is that basically when you're using a browser, you don't want the browser to crash. Well, I mean, Potion, you've only been here for, what, like 3 days or something? Yeah. I think last I saw Aaron, though, was probably over like 2 weeks ago or something. Aaron? Well, Aaron showed up from TikTok. He hasn't, he has been around and he has been here multiple times, but he hasn't been the most active chatter. Well, he's not sub, but he is following. Let's not confuse the two. This is the best avatar ever. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. But it's actually not even an avatar, it's just me. I have my webcam turned on, I have a green screen behind me. People don't realize that, but that's actually... Yep. Like, do I not have to have it say network then? Is that like implicit? You can buy the game? Awesome, dude. Then you'll be able to join us for the multiplayer testing. It's not gonna happen. It might happen today, but I don't think it's gonna happen today. But yeah, when we're testing Penguin Springs, you'll be able to participate. Look, now it doesn't spawn the async spawn. Oh, is that because it's being spawned from a... Okay, okay. I think I know. That's okay. That makes sense. But does this have to be an async void then? Do we await this? This game is so peak. Hey, thank you, Bird's Eye View. You should have been here when we were considering calling Penguin Springs Penguin Peaks, because that was peak. But also, guys, I was talking yesterday at the end of the stream. I don't know. Yeah, so here it says assign clothes, which is not true. Index clothing data equals new clothing data. Okay, yeah. But since when are you working on this? I was working 2020. I think I started working. But yeah, so I was talking yesterday at the end of the stream. We were discussing. Well, it was one of the viewers. I forget. Lamanca, I think. Was asking, you know, oh, wouldn't it be like, will I be able to be a singer in Penguin Springs? And I was thinking, yeah, of course, you know, you can newt. But then I was thinking about it just for a couple of seconds more. And I was like, hold on. Like, Penguin Springs is all about different jobs, right? It's about doing different careers, following different paths, and sort of making a life of your own. And I think one awesome career would be the career of musician. But specifically, we'll start out with maybe like singer or whatever. So, okay, imagine this. You pick the career of singer. So you walk into a recording studio or music studio or whatever. And you go in there and you're like, I'd like to record an album. Okay, here you pay the fee for the studio session. And then you can start recording music. You record the music, and then when you record enough music in there, you can release it on like a CD or an album or whatever, and it goes out for sale. And then sort of like, if any of you have played stuff like GameDev Tycoon or whatever, like you put out the game in that game, where you put out, like, you make a game and you put in like different skill points and stuff, and then you release the game, and then, you know, I'll show you. Like, the idea is sort of like a simulation, right? So it's running like, okay, you release the game, and this is like, you know, the sales start going up like this, and then they taper off. You can imagine the same sort of thing if you release a song in Penguin Springs. Okay, so you record the song, you release the song, and then the sales go up and then the sales go down in like real time, in game real time, and then that ends up in your game's bank account. So you release the song, and then if you by releasing the song, you gain a little bit of fame. And then when you have music that you've recorded, then you can physically walk into one of the 3 venues or whatever that exists in Penguin Springs. So maybe there's the dive bar, then there's the nightclub, and then there's the concert venue or whatever. 3 different performance areas. You can go in there and you can talk to the owner and say, I'd like to book a gig. Okay, they're like, well, do you have any songs to perform? And you're like, yes, I've recorded these songs. I can perform these songs. So then you get the gig book. But the thing is that the game simulates a week. So for those of you who have played Stardew Valley has like this month system. So it like the day-night cycle goes, and different events are like planned and occur on different days at different times. We can do the same thing in Penguin Springs. So you go into the venue, you say, hey, I'd like to book a gig and I'd like to perform my music. And they're like, sure, you can perform your music. And they say, you get a gig on Monday at 6 o'clock. Okay, so you play and then you wait for Monday, because it's right now it's like Friday, you know, this is the day today. So you're like, okay, I have 1 to 3 days until my gig. And you wait, and then you have to show up in game, like this is not real time, right? This is in game real time. So let's say that a day is 20 minutes or whatever. Okay, so you show up there on Monday at 6, and then you do your gig, and then your friends can show up too and watch you do your gig, because it's all like in world, and NPCs show up to watch you do your gig, and then you're performing this live in front of an audience in the game world. So like the career of singer is not just like you doing your thing on your own, unable to like interact with anyone else. It's actually, you know, has a place in the world. And I think that's the sort of strength we can play to with Penguin Springs. And these are the sort of quirky, weird things that I don't think other games want to do. They want everything to be so freaking like gamey, and everything has to be the same. So like in GTA, it all has to revolve around cars and guns. GTA would never add a singing career, because it doesn't fit the theme they're going for. But with Penguin Springs, we can go any direction we want. We can do fishing, we can do singing. And it's like, you might say then, well, that seems like it's very all over the place. It doesn't have a strong sense of direction, but that's sort of the idea. The fact that you can be all of these things all at once, and it's all intermingled with each other. And I think that's the strength we can play to. So it's like, oh, what is Penguin Springs? Well, it's everything. Like, you can be a musician, you can release records, you can go and do shows. You can freaking be a criminal, rob the bank, rob gas stations, rob civilians. You can be a police. You can be a fisher Gwyn. You can be a delivery driver. All of these different things are all valid career paths that get you to the end goal, which is basically just having a home and decorating it with furniture and decking out your penguin in cool freaking clothes. Like, that's the end goal. And all these other things are like side ways that you can achieve that end goal of making money. I think that's like a cool idea. So that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's a separate game. It's not a game mode. It's not just a game mode. Like we're trying to make this a separate game. Yeah, enjoy the game, Potion. Have fun. But the thing is, it would have been so much bigger of a project if we hadn't already had the underlying sort of multiplayer infrastructure, models, gameplay systems, weapons, all of that we already have. The clothing, even like partially the house decoration system. We have it all. So what did we design then? Well, we designed this open, living, breathing world with the AI roaming, and then a bunch of different jobs. Like, that's the main focus of it. But of course, like, as with anything, and I'm a realist when it comes to this, well, that would be the dream, right? A never-ending product. Like, that would be the dream. If the game is a success, that would be the dream. To have a project you can keep working on and keep adding stuff to. And that's why I have to build for the future. That's why I'm rewriting the entire networking code. Like this, I'm laying the foundation for a project I can work on for a long time. That's why we're upgrading to Unity 6 as well. Because we want to have a project we can keep working on for a long time. And we'd release this not as a finished product, but a living, breathing product that keeps evolving based on sort of how the players engage with it. And that's, I mean, that's sort of the same thing we did with Penguin Heist, right? Like what Penguin Heist was day one is very, very different from what Penguin Heist is today. Like the entire blueprint system is, oh, thank you, Awakened Death. Yeah, I think, like, to me, okay, like, again, I'm a realist. I like dreaming big and throwing out big ideas, but then I carve them down to something realistic. And that's the only reason I'm able to finish the projects that I set out to do. Like Detective Penguin, I was like, oh, there's going to be a bunch of different, like, dialogue options. There's going to be a bunch of different disguises. But I cut it down to what's manageable, and you know, I ended up finishing the game. And it's the same with like the roaming NPCs. Like there's a bunch of like ambitious ideas and stuff in Detective Penguin that aren't fully realized. But again, it's like the small things make the whole. And of course, the same thing's going to happen to Penguin Springs in the same way. Like the singing career might not be as in depth as I might be describing right now, but yeah, sure, you can ask me any question you want, Awakened Death. Sup, Birdball, sup? I see, I see. Exciting. But yeah, I think like the most important part, and what I realize more and more, is you know, you have to dream big, but then you have to be realistic and sort of you know, accept that sooner or later you will have to kill your daughters, as they say. The famous writing term. Of not getting too attached to ideas. Yeah, that's the idea. Like, Penguin clothes is so revolutionary, it redefines the meaning of penguin. That is the idea. Okay, so I've been using Unreal in my uni time, but I was always attracted by programming or at least making code of any sort, and the most time in uni I was doing level design, which sucks now because I have no idea how to problem solve. And I have no base for game dev, just bits. I did the Unity Essentials tutorial, but I still feel like I know nothing. I can't think of anything. Any tips on how to improve besides just practice? When it's like doing a task of write an essay in Chinese. Okay, so like just practice is essentially what I would recommend, but to be more specific is just practice by completing projects of small scale. Okay? When you're learning a language, you don't start out by writing essays, right? That's not the first thing you do. The first thing you do is write a sentence. Or not even a sentence, just the words. But assuming you know some of the words, you can start writing sentences. And then you can write paragraphs. And then maybe you can write a short story. And then you write many of those short stories. And maybe then you can start tackling an essay, because then you're competent enough to sort of express yourself in meaningful ways. But too many people who make games want to write the essays right away, right? That's the first thing they want to do. They like, I have this dream game, and that's why I'm going to get into game dev. So I'm just going to start writing this. I'm just going to start making my dream game, and that's what I'm going to do. Which doesn't work. Because they haven't yet learned how to express themselves in ways that allow them to even phrase a single phrase of what their dream game is supposed to be. So what I say is start making small projects, reasonable size. And when I say reasonable size, I'm say projects smaller than you ever think, like way smaller than you think they should be. So literally just make Pong. Make Snake. Make something small that's been done before so you can look up references. I bought a course on Udemy by GameDev Academy and followed one of their tutorials, and I did that project with some changes I made and posted it on itch.io, but I still feel like I know freaking nothing. I was thinking of following CodeMonkey's 11 hours on how to develop a cooking game, which goes through a lot of stuff. Do you think that's okay? I mean, like, tutorials are fine. Generally. But, I think it's better if you just work on a project that is manageable for you. Because, okay, I've gone through this spiel before. Where if you do something, a small project, let's say you're making Pong. Okay? Well, what is Pong? Pong consists of 2 paddles and 1 ball, right? So, and then a wall surrounding those, right? So first you make, okay, let's start by assuming you make it a 2-player game. Well, you make one controller moving the paddle up and down for each player, and then you make the ball go around and it bounces on the wall and it bounces on the paddles. That already is a bit complex because you have to deal with like the angles and you have to make it correct in that sense and the collisions and all that, yada yada. Okay, so you got that up and running. Fine, okay. Now you can start challenging yourself because you've made Pong, right? You've made Pong. But what can you do next? Well, okay. I'll wait for the ads to finish. I'm not sure what is in here. Yeah, that's so true, Adabel. Cobgwin, yeah. That's so true, Adabel. Yeah, well, you did well. Okay, ads are over. So let's get back to what we were saying. Okay. You've made Pong. You've made 2 different player controllers, controlling each paddle individually, up and down. Ball is bouncing. If the ball goes past one of the players, it adds a score. Now we have a scoring table. And then the ball resets and starts going, okay? You've done that. That shouldn't be terribly difficult. But if it is difficult, then you shouldn't be making any other game more complex than that in the first place, right? If you can't make Pong, you probably shouldn't be making any other game. So, assuming you've made that, well, what can you do now? Well, okay, let's start by adding sound effects. Okay, now you're learning a bit about triggering sounds. Then you'll add particle effects. Now you're working with particle systems. And then, okay, maybe that was easy. Now you make an AI. Now you remove one of the players and you make an option to play against an AI. So now you're working with AI. And what do you do then? Well, you add a high score table. Okay. What do you do next? Well, maybe you take this Pong game and you make Breakout, which is another version of Pong where you're like shooting the ball up against bricks. And then you add power-ups in Breakout, and you can do all sorts of weird stuff. But if you can't make Pong by yourself, start making Pong and just figure that out with 2 independent character controllers moving up and down independently, just being able to play against yourself. But if you can't make Pong, start there. Learn how to make Pong. It's a simple game, simple rules. But quite, you know, it's a simple game with simple rules, but there is like a trick to it, right? Because you're working with a ball that's bouncing and it bounces at perfect angles, right? So it's like a bit devious in that sense. You think it's easy. What I'm doing, Adabel, is I'm working on my game Penguin Heist. No, well, that like when you're doing a tutorial, like when you're making Pong, think about the problems you're solving. Don't follow a tutorial for Pong. Don't look up Pong tutorial. That's not what you're supposed to do. When you're solving, like, the reason that Pong is a good game is because it's a simple game, and it allows you to think about every problem independently. And that's the key to game development, is being able to turn an abstract idea into discrete problems that you're solving. So what are the problems to solve for making a basic 2-player Pong game? Okay. First step, moving a paddle up and down. Okay. So you fix that. So how do you move a paddle up and down? Well, first you need to read input. Okay, so you can Google how to read input, Unity or Unreal. Read input. Okay. You've read input. What do you want to do with this input? Well, you want to move the thing up and down. How to move object in Unreal or Unity. Okay? So you know how to move it, and then you should be able to, because you now read the input and you know how to move an object, you can hook those two up. Because moving the paddle is a discrete problem, yes, but it's also a problem that isn't fully discrete. It consists of many other discrete. Yeah, in Unity, okay. Because it's not a fully discrete problem, right? It consists of multiple other smaller problems, and you have to break down every single problem until you find the smallest possible problem to solve. So, okay, we'll start with 2-player Pong. What's a problem that builds up 2-player Pong? Well, moving the paddle. What are other problems that build up and constitute moving the paddle? Reading input. Moving the paddle up and down. Using the input. And then also colliding with the walls. That's another part of moving the paddle. So you solve those 3 problems. And now you have a moving paddle. What's another problem to solve for making Pong? Moving the ball. Okay. Well, moving the ball, well, what does that consist of? It consists of A, moving its position. B, figuring out when it hits a wall. C, figuring out the angle it bounces at when it hits the wall. And how do you figure that out? Well, you look at what direction is it traveling in, and then use that direction, invert the direction, and then you'll get the angle it's bouncing. And then you have to do that for the wall, but you also have to do it for the paddle, and it's all these things, right? But even as a beginner game dev, you can visualize every single discrete problem you're solving, right? Without looking up a tutorial. But you just have to break down every single thing you're solving into the smallest possible bit you can possibly break it down to. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, the more you do these smaller projects, the more you're able to instantly recognize what sub-problems you need to fix or solve in order to achieve solving the greater problem. But it's always about looking big picture and then going down to the smallest possible bit you can figure out. Like, it's like building Legos, right? You can't build a Lego house if you don't have all the bricks. When you build a Lego house, you don't just put down a wall. You put down a wall, and the wall consists of bricks, so you put down bricks. And that's the same thing with game development. You can't build a wall if you don't build the bricks.
Alice Verridge said, "Take small steps. It's not smart to overload yourself with a big project, one step at a time. Rome wasn't built in a day. Take it from me. Rich Rick."
So true. No, but I think it's like when you start with games that are too complex, you don't even know what problems even make up the problem you're trying to solve for. I'm making a Penguin Heist game, San. I don't get it. A lot of friends recommended me Sebastian Castle. I think it's his name, and his shoot 'em up YouTube game dev series, but I don't understand anything. I just follow up one by one and I stop because yeah, just don't follow a tutorial. Like I said, like make Pong, because with Pong you can recognize the problems, you can recognize the sum of parts that make up each problem, and then tackle each of those sum of parts. And that's how you build a tool belt when it comes to tackling larger scale problems. That it is, Sadabel. That it is. Wait, Penguin is... Goat Sim, I see. Yeah, it's quite different from Goat Sim, but it does have the physics-based nature. Wait, so this one launches. Okay.
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Awakendeath has learned to dance.
Thank you so much for the follow, dude. Yeah, definitely just, you know, go into it, dude. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Yeah. So show you guys. You can ride a bike in this game. What do you think about this? This is called peak gameplay. I wonder... Hell yeah. Since 2020. But it's been, you know... I was working for 6 months plus now on a detective game, a spin-off. This paid. I would never spend that long. You should never spend that long on a personal project unless it's freaking burning for it, you know? No way, Jose, dude. I mean, unless, like, if game dev is strictly your hobby and you're only doing it because it's freaking the most fun you ever have, then yeah. But I don't think anyone has that much fun doing it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so true. How hard is it to find a job in game dev that pays? I don't see a bright future for me as a junior because I'm constantly fighting between Unreal Engine and Unity. I don't know. I've never worked a job in game dev. I've only ever done indie. I think... So, like, okay, if I was looking for a job in game development that pays, I would... Here's what I would do. I would become skilled in... No, it's not a job. I mean, I just work on this. This is my own stuff. The detective game was another spin-off of this game. So you can see here. This is my spin-off game. Also same universe. Another game I made. So if I was trying to get into specifically, like, 'cause the thing is, okay, in general, unless you're living in like a Nordic country, game development companies can be quite shit. There is a lot of crunch, stress, deadlines, and you're not getting much out of it. You know, you would be better off working a normal software dev job. But if if you love game development and you burn for it, but you still want to work with it, but you don't want to do it solo, find a indie startup that's looking for funding and get on board. Take the risk, find one that like is working and get on board. But build up the skill in order to prove that you can actually get a spot with that company. And hang out in like local indie dev circles. Don't go remote searching for like, oh yeah, I'm a remote dev, I can work on revenue share. Like, don't do that. Hang out in real, grounded indie dev circles. Look up what's in your town or the big town next door or whatever, you know? Look up what sort of indie dev circles are there. There you're going to find people who are working for real companies, working real jobs, working in real startups. Speak to them, see what they're up to, get an idea of what the indie dev environment is like, and just get on board with it, you know? Don't just sit at home, learn Unreal, and hope that someone's gonna freaking magically discover you. Because that's not gonna happen. You're gonna have to put yourself out there, take some risks, and see what happens, you know? Not sure why research station wasn't starting. Maybe it was just because I didn't rebake the prefabs. But yeah, I think that with game development, the most inspiring environment you can work in, the one that's not going to be soul crushing, and the one that's going to build the most integrity for you as a developer, is working with an indie startup, because every single person in that startup is there for the same reason, because they freaking love game development. Not because they're there for a paycheck, or because they're there because it's comfortable. They're there because they freaking love it. You were saying software dev jobs with what I'm saying sells me 1-to-1 for those jobs. I'm not quite sure I understand, but if you're working a normal software dev job, those are generally way less crunchy, way less stress, more relaxed, and less volatile. Game dev is very volatile, extreme crunch, generally underpaid because there are so many happy amateurs ready and willing to take your position at the, you know, flip of a switch. They'll be like, I'll take his job. I meant with my programming skills, 0 skills, I bet I can land a software job. You mean bet I can't, right? So true, Doc. Newt to you too. I'm not sure why it's yeah. Well, you need to develop those hard skills. Like, you just need to. There's no way around it. There's no cheat code. And any sort of team worth its salt, any sort of software developer worth their salt is going to see right through anyone who's trying to like fake their capabilities, right? You can't fake capabilities. Doesn't work. Wait, is that the one? So yeah, you need to just have projects under your belt, be able to like the most important part of being a game developer and working with other people is being able to solve problems freaking independently. You have to be able to do that. If you can't do that, no one's going to want you. So you have to be able to say, okay, I have a question. How do I make this ball bounce against the wall? And be able to look up the solution to that problem. And just embrace the fact that you don't know everything and be able to look for the answers. Instead of like having to rely on like a tutorial or whatever. Because again, I think like a tutorial is not looking up the answers to a problem. A tutorial is looking for this, like looking for someone else to solve the problem for you. You're not trying to solve a problem when you're doing a tutorial. You're trying to have someone else solve the problem and then act as if you were the one to solve the problem in the first place. That's generally what tutorials do. That is not to say like you can go into tutorials with a learning mind, with the intent to absorb knowledge, right? You can do that. But let's be realistic. Generally, that is not the approach that people take when they go into a tutorial. They do a tutorial because they want to have the end product of the tutorial. They don't care about actually necessarily even learning anything when they're done. They're like, I want to do the tutorial because I want to have the FPS controller. I'm not doing it because I want to learn every single step required to make an FPS controller and then be able to do it on my own the next time. So again, looking up for the small discrete problems that make up the bigger picture problem, that's the way to go. Every single day of the week, that's what you want to do. And that's why I'm also skeptical with regards to like using AI as a way to propel your development career. Because again, it's like, unless you go into using the AI as a learning tool, you're just skipping to the answer part and you haven't learned anything coming out of it. You haven't become a better software developer because you used an AI to write your, shooting mechanic, I mean. Like, you haven't become a better developer because of that. You just cheated yourself into thinking that you're a better developer. But yeah, it's like tutorials don't have to be bad. They don't have to be bad, but they encourage poor behavior, basically. Or at least they make room for it. They make room for the worst tendencies that us developers have, which is choosing to take shortcuts. Prioritizing end results as opposed to learning. But yeah, I think another problem with tutorials is the fact that, you know, generally the tutorial writers or video makers or whatever aren't necessarily even good teachers. They don't necessarily teach you why they're doing what they're doing, and you just follow along happily like, oh yeah, you know, he's writing this, I'll just write this too, and oh yeah, I get the result, but I don't understand why I wrote this. It's like, well, yeah, but you didn't, you know, you didn't break down the problem into the necessary parts. There's something. But why is it showing the servers there? Maybe I need to restart Unity. Could be. Could be. Mm. Okay, yeah, nice. So it is showing the server list. Let's see now. I should boot up Penguinize there, host game, test. Wait, what? Failed client can't spawn. But what I said trying to spawn there? Oh. Okay, yeah, my bad. The lobby. Wait, do I not have anything in the lobby that listens for? there. But then there was still the loadout planner. Well, thank you again for the kind words. I have to bounce, but I'll come around sometimes. Yeah, I'll see you around. I'm here every weekday, so streaming when I work. I'm using Photon Fusion, which I'm really enjoying. I used to use Photon Bolt. Photon Fusion 2. I just upgraded. Like, I went from Photon Bolt just 1 week ago. I completely changed out the code. I had, when I changed the library from Bolt to Fusion, I got 3,500 errors that I've been fixing, and I'm still addressing some of the fallout from... Hello, Bian, and hello, Charles. Penguin. I'm still addressing some of the fallout from that transition. But I mean, supposedly, I mean, looking at the... what is it? Fusion... to like performance or whatever. Like there's a graph. Oh, I should look at this. I guess there's like here or something they show. Like this, which is quite interesting to me. And I'm interested in seeing if I actually get these results going from Bolt, because Bolt is like so poorly optimized, man. Like Bolt runs like trash. I was very, you know, I like the idea of Bolt, but it's been running like crap. But I mean, look at these like kilobytes per second compared to like MLAPI and Mirror is, I mean, quite staggering, honestly. And allocations per frame, because Bolt was making a bunch of allocations. Like it was running like shit. Not just in terms of networking, but in terms of like the actual performance on the CPU was bad. So Fusion, 0 allocations. Mwah. Nice. Again, this 500 network objects, 32 clients, 0 allocations. And CPU usage on server, yeah, it's like 500 network objects, 32 clients, like 8 milliseconds is quite, you know, and this is freaking a half millisecond. If I can see these results, I haven't done any performance measurements yet, but the transition has been nice. Make this my enumerator. And then we do a global, obviously, listener. Like player loadout, yeah, state. Hello, Nightingale, what's up? How do you do? It's just this one then. Loadout. I'm just fixing multiplayer for my game. Well, I mean, the multiplayer has been working. I've been transitioning to a new multiplayer framework or library. I'm just working on that. Wedding. Not quite. I'm quite calm, I feel. Quite chill. Input authority. I wonder, can I like Does it have to be? I guess I have to send a... Like, can an RPC take a... I'm assuming it can't. It needs probably... Yeah. We'll do public loadout data is in I network struct. That should be fine. So then we can do here var loadout data equals new loadout data. Data. There, okay. I think that should be fine. Just try to see if it runs locally first. I guess we could synchronize it and then check. So what kind of models are we working on, Nightingale? Anything specific? Yeah, there's behavior not initialized. Am I? No. No, I'm not. Like a box with syringes with glowing liquid injections. Nice. I decided to make a Blue Sky account to keep consistency going, and I gave oath to post every day. Nice. Wait, 1 second. Let's see. Wait, maybe we can do... I'll have to wait until the RPC listener... Oh, thanks for the bonk. Yield, until... Try this. Yeah, we don't celebrate that in Iceland. We do celebrate the 1st of May, though. It didn't, like, oh yeah, I guess because it's an enumerator, we didn't recompile it correctly. Okay. Well, we don't have summertime, so that's already a bonus. That's the gift that keeps on giving. What? You like moving clocks? Yeah. There, this ought to work. Yeah, there's a couple of changes. So it used to be in Photon Bolt that I could, like, basically in multiplayer you have to keep track of like who has authority over what. And what authority means is like who is responsible for the values and the states of an object. So when it comes to saying like where is this player positioned, well, who decides what position the player has to begin with? That's the state authority. And that would be like the one who has ownership over the object. Then you can have input authority, who's allowed to like do changes to the state, but ultimately they don't have control over the state, but they can do changes. So they can say, hey, I'd like this player to move one step forward. So they send that command to the state authority. The state authority executes that, makes the change to the value of the state, and then sends that on to all the clients. In Photon Bolt, clients could have state authority if they wish to. In Photon Fusion, that's not allowed. Clients are never allowed to spawn any objects or have state authority. So I have to change some things. Because I used client state authority a couple of times to synchronize like the data of the loadout they had. Wait, so it's the local... returns a player reference for the local simulation. Player in Fusion refers to any peer with a network runner which can provide player inputs to Fusion, i.e. any peer type other than a dedicated game session server. Each network runner can provide input for a player associated with a unique player ref. The player ref given to player only serves as an identifier and does not contain any specific data. Player count is determined by nullable. Oh, shit. I wonder, do I have to... Is it the loadout planner instance is not set? Hmm. Yeah, I mean, the local player is correct, so... Like, there the loadout planner is not... And they're the lobby manager instance, but where are these called from? Okay. Just gonna see here what happens if I... Reload and join again. Just running some shit on my laptop. Wait, what? Says, yeah, but that's not supposed to run. RPC sources is all. Yeah, that's not even supposed to run for me. What? Wait. Like it's not. Hello, potion. You should join the Discord, and well, you were in the Discord, but you should ask in the Discord, I think. See here, so I can start it there. Wait, oh, still get errors. That's weird though. Is it because the RPC is being sent Mhm. Mono behaviors send RPCs. Oh, there is a source. Okay. Well, that would have been handy to know. Maybe that's what I have to do. Okay. No errors. But still, the lobby player renderer is not rendering shit. Mm-hmm. On player instance. Where's the lobby player though? Is that the issue? Ready canvas. Okay, we'll try that. We'll see. Yeah, see, it only spawns into one. It's almost like I don't even receive the event. I could add a debug spawn player instance. So we do debug.log. Spawn player instance. But maybe that, the thing is, the player, the local player, like, this would be like, would that be it? Because it was being sent to itself almost. Like, maybe you don't send info. I mean, now it doesn't even... Yeah, I mean, the input authority and state authority is none. Is that what I have to do? See, I'm gonna BRB soon. Recompiling. People are gonna panic, you know. I just have to keep telling them the same thing. I'm used to it. But it's also like I'm generally like quite unbothered, and especially like if there's something that can't be influenced, then it's like whatever to me. You know, things just happen the way they happen. But I am gonna take a quick lunch. If just want to see if the thing launches as it should now. Hello, hypnotic fox witch. What's up? Let's see if this runs. Okay, it is doing as it should there. We'll see now if the client And that's the thing, it adds the player, but it doesn't spawn any of the objects. Like, this is never called. Called for me. See. I wonder if I change this to all. 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. So I'll see you soon. I don't know, I'll just go into Freaking Penguin Village or something and show you guys that while I'm BRB. There we go. Enjoy. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see what the issue might be. So, like the player, is that it? But it doesn't spawn for the other players, or go to init and we'll see see what happens. Oh, it spawns yourself. Right, the player object exists. And the lobby player also both exist. Something is getting synchronized, but like his on changed render yeah, because that isn't called on the first one, on changed. That's what it said. Lobby player. So we have to call that in spawn. If I leave now. Yeah, only server can disconnect players. So I guess you send the disconnect message to the server. You know, there should be 2 of me in there. Technically. Now it doesn't even spawn me, but that I guess is because the... They're on message. Oh, we should change this to not be the source then. There should be... Oh, of course. This guy hasn't taken the... Yeah, state authority, and then we change this to not look at this, but instead it just sends the player ref. Like so, and then... Gonna... result in some errors. There, and then we synchronize that. Keep. Yeah, because of course we received the state changes from ourselves, because that was updated. Right, okay. So probably we're just, yeah, we're receiving the state changes, so to speak. Just not, because there weren't any deltas, we weren't receiving the relevant updates in that sense. Okay. Good to know, good to know. But I mean, we're looking at the changes differently otherwise, so. Previous and current. Host game. Yeah, Vonky, I don't care. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Vonky. You can leave now. Why is it not sending the state? The lobby player. We don't have the info on that. I'm gonna see. Oh, it's not running. But then we can just do render there. Now it should be. Rendering the clothing, but I guess it's not. Hello, Sai. What is up? Oh, it's not on update clothing that we're supposed to run. That's not what we care about. We care about rendering the players. It's all good. Just fixing the rendering of the penguins here. I don't know exactly what's up. Right is in simulation. Okay, yeah. So that's the issue. Always the is in simulation, but we're not interested in that. So I'm just gonna do like a project-wide is in simulation. Replace with is valid. I think we should do directory scripts. Then we should be able to do replace all. Yes. Shouldn't result in any errors. Nope, okay. Check in. This should help a lot. Because it would be in the simulation. For the client occasionally. I guess, I don't know specifically, is it like if you have input authority or something, then it's in the simulation or something? I don't know. Feels a bit fuzzy. Merge, keeping the incoming changes. Does it synchronize? Does it? Ah, yes. Yes, it does. Okay, awesome. Okay, we can still interact with the, yeah, that's not being synchronized. Oh, Stephanie. Oh, it's not even adding the, like, I wasn't Okay, that's not being synchronized. I guess that's also because the parent. Yeah, there's some big issues here as well. Wait, what was the issue with that one? I'm so scared. How come? Midterm. Well, you just do them. Go get him. Wait, so the lobby player is not... It's just an object, right? It's... Yeah, it's under the ready canvas. But for some reason... Right, has input authority. Okay, well this should just always occur then. And then here, if has input authority. Mm-hmm. That you are. One second. Okay, I wonder if the global RPC listener like, can it just hang around, or does it have to... Can it stay across scenes? I don't know. And Corngwin, look for something positive in every day, even if some days you have to look a little harder. See, mine is actually nice, whereas Stephanie's is you're smarter than you look. Well, you might not be smart, but you're smarter than you look. So no matter how ugly you are, at least you're smarter than how you look. Or is it like, or no matter how stupid you look, you're still smarter? Yeah. So no matter how stupid you look on the inside, just know that you're smarter no matter how stupid you look on the outside, know you're smarter on the inside.
The richest penguin on this
Hey,
side of the equator.
I'm rich.
Alice_Svaria 35 bits.
I'm rich. Borngwin is just about as smart as he looks. Oh, thank you. Oh shit, I stepped on Pepsi's tail. I'm so sorry, Pepsi. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Corngren, did you watch the new Stephanie video? No. Well, Pepsi's smiling at me, so he's probably okay. Or at least smiling as best as he can. Watch this.
This is Stephanie. She is a system engineer student.
What a nice day to relax and just play some games. But first, I'm gonna make some food. Yes, I finished the food. Something is in the door. Let's see what's in
Good song.
here.
Oh shit.
What is this supposed to be? Well, it's
Homework.
not that bad. Is less than the last time. I finally finished the homework. Now I'm just gonna bring it to the uni. What is this now? Taxes? $1 million contract?
Oh shit. I love the penguin scream. It's a good one, Pat. Pat has overtaken Mega as the resident movie maker. Pepsi is like he's laying like I'm doing standing desk now because I feel like I'm developing calluses from sitting so much. No, but I'm standing up and it's like if I take one single like half step back, I'm gonna crush Pepsi's tail again. He likes to play with fire. Okay, now it's spawning in both. But if I click ready, it doesn't start. Okay. Yeah, you're not entirely useless. That's true. Okay, the ready thing does not synchronize. I guess. Is there like ready? Okay, yeah, if has input authority and lobby manager is not null and previous is ready doesn't equal the is ready, then we call RPC set ready. Sent from the input to the state authority. And state.ready is sent. But I guess is this one still identical? Like, yeah, add listener is ready equals value. Is Papis a cat? Yeah, and his name is Papis too. Papis. Yeah, the given key player 1 was not present in the dictionary. Right, and where is connection assigned? Create player. Create client player is called on a player joined. Like, am I not updating player infos with it? No, create player does that. Okay. Well, at least the enemies seem to be synchronized. Just the spawning of the player, that's a bit wacky, a bit wild. Players. But where's player infos? Player info. Yeah, player info equals new dictionary. Yeah, we never assign it, so I think when we do players.add, we also need to do yeah, okay, so that's the issue here. Okay. On update clothing doesn't change it. But really, I guess what we should do still is equals new player info. Job application. Was that the one you did like a long time ago that you've been waiting for, or what? The one you were talking about going for an interview for? Yeah, I mean, work experience is generally irreplaceable, and unless, you know, you show that you have like a certain kind of drive that can sometimes outweigh work experience. Like me personally, if I were to hire someone to work with me and that fish, just because they've worked for a game development company does not mean that I'm going to hire them. I would rather see someone who's actually made games and seen them through to completion and hire that person, as opposed to hire someone who's worked for a game development company. But for software, I think it's completely different, right? Then work experience, I think, weighs much heavier because, I mean, you're working for a traditional company. They're going to want to see traditional work experience. Wait, what the flip? Why am I... Huh? Yeah, I heard that the job market is kind of dry in tech. But I mean, it's also so many people who just go into tech because they heard it's easy job. So I mean, that alone is going to make the job market saturated. Yeah, Mega knows what's up. Yeah, I wonder if I even need the player infos. I mean, it is the player ID and name and shit. Okay, yeah, I guess I do need it. Yeah, here, I mean, I am adding the player ID. Uh-huh. So if it doesn't contain the key for the player ID, then we add player ID. Which seems fair enough. But the error we get, the given key player 1 was not present in the dictionary. Would I be player 1 or player 0? I don't know. Wait, no. It's not. Here, it calls the on-scene load. Hold up. Okay. So on scene load. Is called for player 1, but also this one is called for player 1. Like this one is sent to me from another player. RPC spawn client is awaiting spawn. On scene load done. Await spawn. And then we await that. And then we send the local player. So we'd send that spawn client, player reference. Sent there, get player. And then there. Like the thing is, player info is try get value, player ref. The player reference wouldn't even spawn. Like then the connection is not assigned. Wait, player object. Oh, it's finding the same one. P dot connection equals connection, right? That's what we're supposed to do. Why is it looking for character? I kind of like working on these big projects where I have to like dig through, 10 different files and jump across them to see like follow the trail and then find out the error. I kind of like that, like solving a multi-step puzzle. Yeah, okay, I see why the ready button isn't working. Okay, anyway, we can just do plan hash down. And then the lobby layer. This one. Oh. Hey, I just spawned dead. Oh man, I'm just spawning dead. Like my character is broken. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. You hear game manager, server player, dot spawn. And the server player connection is never signed. I guess. Video ideas? Do one. Oh yeah, you can't do pigeon wing shit. You don't have the skin. Do one with Bro Y. Did you do one with Bro Y yet? I think you did. Or you could do one where he's speed running, where he's running really fast. Ion Pongus Cola. Hey, nice. What on earth? Like the player info, does it not add the connection? Yeah, the player object. Where is this assigned? Create player. Connection equals connection. Create player. Create server player. Get runner local player. But yeah, because we do that, right? We do create. Oh, okay. If connection. So we never create the. That the only time. Okay, well then create client player on player joined. Yeah, there's gonna be so this should work. Maybe, possibly. Yeah, Pigeon Gwyn skin is coming. Don't worry. I love Pigeon Gwyn. I'm just kidding. I hate Beijing Gwyn with a burning passion. What? Disconnected by client logic. Oh. Now the ready is synchronized. Awesome. Wham bam mama slam. Yeah, still some issues to work out here. Yeah, let's see here, the player info stock count. I mean, we do on scene done, and then here server player dot spawn, but here we could do create player or create server player. Here. The squeak sound, I probably have it, unless I deleted it. It might be that I did. The squeak. I have it. I have it. I'll send it in Wild West. There you go. In Wild West. Create player. Like here we do player infos dot add. Like, maybe we should remove the concept of the server player. Like, that could be the issue. This is the key. Just gonna see that actually launches for me in the first place. I don't know what that means, but that's probably a good idea. Okay, spawns me in, nice and neat. Okay, that's me, nice. Yeah, I'm playing on my laptop as well, which is why I sometimes go what looks like AFK on my desktop here, but because I'm joining on my laptop. Yeah, I mean, shit's freaking whack, dude. Works very well in single player though. That's something. So on scene load done. Then we await the spawn. Make sure it's valid. And we tell the game manager to spawn a client. Try to get the value for the player reference. If it doesn't exist, we count it as a mid-session join. Right. So we're not finding our player. So let's see here. There dot add initialize player if has input authority. Then we initialize the player. But is this never this attach routine for the player instance? The saved? Yeah, I probably will. I probably will. They're still earning my money. I'm gonna look over the clips though, because maybe it found some better ones now that I've been playing Penguin Heist. A bit more action, a bit more violence. Maybe I can post one where I'm beating a penguin up with a shovel or something. Spawn player instance. Yeah, we'll just run this and see what happens. So it should spawn player instance player 1. Okay? And spawning player instance player 1 would be in the lobby player here. When we're spawned, then we wait for the attach routine. Then we can do another debug.log spawned new player as authority, and then we do authority. So we'll see here. It might be that it's not quite assigning the authority in the way that we want it to, because if it is assigning the authority, it should send this state and create. But it could be that the player info already contains the key, in which case it wouldn't contain the player ID. See. Yeah, has authority true, which means it calls this. This gets called. Wait. Player infos. That might be the issue then. So player infos. Aha. Because it's running in start, so it never really quite adds itself. So really it should be running in awake. That would be the issue. So it never finds itself. Because that would be a change I added later on after I did all the tweaking for the client. Yes, I'm a genius. Now I should be able to spawn in just fine. Except I do spawn underwater. Slightly problematic. Not sure what I'm here because of. Is that like the spawn point is. Spawn point is there. Interesting. The spawn position is the game object find with tag transform dot. Yeah. But seemingly that is not quite what happens. Wait, so like is the character then close to 0 or something? I mean, this is not close to 0. The character is there, but the root is not. The root is far off. What? Wait, but if I spawn in a create empty. Okay, I mean that is quite close to 0. Assuming we spawn down here at 0, 0, 0. Are we getting warped to 0 or something? Maybe we can do async. No, it shouldn't be. Well, async. And then await. On async. And then character. Maybe that's gonna work. I don't understand Russian, I'm sorry. Assuming it is Russian you were speaking, of course. Okay. Seems to spawn in just fine. So, let's test this with another client. Hello. Dooba-dooba-dooba, dooba-dooba-dooba. You know, given how painless everything had gone up until now, I thought, hey, this is going to be easy, you know, there's not going to be any hiccups. Surprisingly many hiccups, but that's part of the deal, isn't it? Okay, I've spawned in. For some reason, I appear under the water. Strange things are happening here. In the door. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Everybody look what's going down. I'm just gonna see if I can actually play it single player again, just to make sure. I don't see what specific errors. I guess the input is. Yeah, okay, so we can walk around in single player, but the single player is fruitful, multiplayer less so, but for what reason? Let's see here. So when we spawn a character, we assign input authority to the connection. And yes, that is fair enough. And then the character is thus promptly spawned in. And during spawn, we check if we are in main menu or not. We set the entity. We initialize the controller. Aha, that could be part of it. We don't want to do that. We want to do it if as input authority, we initialize it. And if we have state authority, we assign it thusly to input authority. So we should be having better luck this time. Because we're receiving input from potentially ourselves first, and then, yeah. Yeah, maybe tomorrow is more Penguin Springs. Maybe I was overshooting. I was like, oh yeah, I only need to fix the server browser, then everything's gonna work. Stop shooting, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Okay, I can control myself. Ah, shit. Yeah, I started the game too quickly. The mid-session join is not quite implemented yet, so I was too hasty. Well, you know, sometimes it goes just as planned, and but that's very rarely, you know. I think, you know, look, at the start of this, it didn't go as planned, but that's because it went way nicer than planned. I thought it would be a mess and a half to translate all of this multiplayer code, but it turned out to be very simple. Now I'm just having some other issues. I keep, like, hosting a server or something. I don't know what's going on. Ready? Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there is a little bit of a struggle there. But I would guess we have input authority over our little penguin. Ah, yeah, okay. I think I know the part of the issue here. I haven't yet changed it so the authority ignores the state from the server. That makes sense. Okay, so just double check here because the rotation would update, but like you can see here, like look at me, I'm punching now. I'm gonna punch. See, I can punch, but then it cancels out. Okay. So here we can do if has input authority. First we set the state to not care, and then we can do get component. I think I call it, I made a custom network transform penguinized, yeah. Dot, oh, get component. Bar transform. And then network transform dot. This should be a click. There. So that should have the stuff needed. Synchronize this. Gonna go grab some water. I'm feeling a mighty thirst. Just give me a second.
right. I used my soda stream to make some sparkling water. I felt fancy today. Flavored it with some lemon. Ready? Oh. Ah, shit, man. Boy, what the hell? Boy, what the hell? Oh my god. I saw the error. Penguin. Dude, wiser words have never been spoken in this chat. Penguin. Oh, did I already accept the change? Dude, I'm too... My muscle memory for, like, syncing changes is, like, too strong. I don't even realize I've accepted the synchronization. I'm like, bam, 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 bam. Too quick. Okay. Yep, here I am. But some things... something's not quite right here. Something's not quite right. Like, you see, I appear up there occasionally. Yeah, it's something with how it's synchronizing the transforms. Bah! Penguin clone. Okay. So we do have player authority. Let's see the transform. Wait, what? Ah, okay. Yeah, even if I do or don't synchronize the transform, it doesn't matter because so instead of having sync position, we can do sync transform. And then else if sync transform. Then we'd render it. Because this is never used. Okay, I'm gonna let Pepsi out. He's meowing at me. Oh yeah, Pepsi. Good times. 1 second, I'm just gonna let the fella out.
Potion said, "Do you receive money from people who buy your game?"
Reflection tells the story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust my eye, the mirror never lies.
Auga, as Robert says. Yeah, did you guys hear about what Robert said about orphans the other day? Man. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe my eyes.
Itzar Patricio said, "Robber when thick pijongan goes awooga."
Yeah. Shit, yeah, I accidentally paused the stream apparently, so let me see here. Let's see. Question, do you get money from people who buy your game? Yes. Do you get money from Working Goidle? No. Yeah, I accidentally had the stream paused like an idiot. Sorry, guys. Turns out I'm technically inept. Yeah, I do receive money from people who buy my game. Cash money, cash money. Who's with me? I keep dying. Not sure why that is, but I guess my health starts at 0 or something. Look at him. Let me go. Let me go. Ay. That's me. I'm dead. I can still punch though. I guess it's sending the input only to... Oh. Input is only read on the state authority, probably not on the... But not sure. Yeah, you can't join me. I'm testing a different version. See. So in the character controller, there's here on input. Sorry, it's not there. It's class game manager, and then here on input. This is the problem, right?
Poshunk said, can I please join you?
No, you can't. You cannot. Right, so controller state. This one runs... Yeah, callback from the network runner that pulls... Yeah, but this is running though. Yeah, C is Stephanie. Ah, the update state is not. Try get input. Yeah, get input there. So this is the problem here. So we can do this. Yeah, so this is for remote clients. Wait, but I want to see here. Okay, so we are getting input. Okay, never mind then. Update item state, update state. State authority. Yeah. Is there like a fixed update?
It's
Is it
Patricio
valid
said,
return?
I forgot to record something before starting the edition of the video.
I wonder though, like, sound. State.health. There's no... Like, is the max health never assigned for... like some error as it spawns in that I'm not aware of? I know we're gonna have to start up and see. So let's see here. Why is it not? No errors, no visible errors. And the max health. Yeah, it's updating the state. Like, why is the state health always 0? On with that. RPC kill self is... State health equals... It's less than its state on health plus... Otherwise it's max health. Something is very... Oh, thank you, Lachi. Something very off. I mean, it's saying it's 100. Wait. Is it not networked? It is. Do this. Debug dot. Hmm. But is it like... being triggered locally or something? Yeah, it's being triggered over and over again. But then is that not being synchronized then? Is that the issue? Wait, I wonder. But it's being synchronized for... Or I guess it isn't synchronized. But the enemy is being synchronized, and that's being pulled from a state. Interesting. Okay. Wait. Is that the issue? We're overriding it twice. Like this is supposed to be a network behavior, which acts as, which gets the that could be it. And then the item manager would also be trying to pull from the same state twice, which it shouldn't. Could still be a network behavior, but aha. Devious. And then we'll do cc dot on state change plus equals this. Oh. And this is action with a penguin state. There. And then we'll just have to do DC for all these. Okay, this should change everything. Need to do this. Player. Penguin robber kills another penguin. Yeah, that's a good clip. That's a good clip. Now we're talking. I don't know where Penguin Robber is. Let's see what happens. There should be a bit better of a result now. Some error there, but and I guess that would have a rippling effect. Yeah, the CC isn't assigned.
It's Sir Patricio said, I have already like 28 seconds of video, but 17, those 28 seconds are for that fish's intro.
I have a long intro. um, yeah, see you tomorrow. Let's see that I can walk around without errors. No. Okay, we can spawn in, no errors. We can walk around, no errors. Good. Let's see here, create server. The room name is the server name. And the server name right, okay. We can do that here in post. So this should boop, 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 boop. Nice. Now it shows the actual server name. Now it's still like, it sends the state there. The enemy state is also replicated, but for some reason the right, state network behavior, states enemy state, state network behavior, states penguin state. Public override reference states enemy state state. Local reference states of the penguin state. Make reference to the penguin state. Okay, and where states dot penguin state. Okay, so let's just debug the enemy health. State dot, just an update or something. Debug dot log. Just debug that shit. Yeah, so that's being synchronized. So why is the character controller not? So, like, debug.log state dot. Okay, this would be false in general. Unless... And it's true. Okay, so it is being, like, partially synchronized. That is weird. That's very weird. It's like the state is not being synchronized at all. Okay, so we'll see here. We'll just take a look at the network type is spawnable, yes. Prefab source. We can do this and do properties and then just keep that there. And then just go to enemy. Would it be I'm never trying to get the state changes? Try get state changes. Wait. I mean, it is receiving state changes. What? Now I'm stumped. Okay, try get state changes. Do we do this any differently with the enemy? So class enemy. Try get state changes. Okay. Outvar old. Out old. Yeah, so that's pretty much identical, right? Mm-hmm. Weird. Like the health is obviously not being sent. Public struct penguin state. Public struct enemy state. Is that the issue? That I'm not getting setting like that? That be the issue? I mean, I should be seeing the left-right punch. I know, we'll give it a try.
It's Saw Patricio said, huh, neat.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Patricio. So, I don't know, like this could be the reason, but I don't think it is. The fact that I have it like it wasn't returning the primitive types could be a requirement as part of being a struct. But again, like it's being sent to the server. The server is receiving the input, but of course the input is not the state. I know, we'll see. If this works, then that's good. But again, the enemy is receiving it like that, but they were still receiving the held up. So we'll see. Ah, shit. I started too quick. That feeling when you just want PP, or I mean PS, not PP. Not about PP, is it? About PS. Penguin Springs, not Penguin Beaks. Yeah, it's still not receiving the state. But the input is being sent. It's just not, the state is completely unsynchronized. Here's what I'm going to try. Network project config. Rebuild the prefab table. Right, Penguin State. Like, what makes the penguin so unique? Like, it is a player object. Yeah, it's just not being synchronized at all. But like here in the state network behavior, the state is this. Try get state changes, try get state snapshot reader. I really don't get why it's not receiving the Penguin State data. I remember, like, I was using Fusion one time, and there was a weird error that wasn't even an error. It was just like a bug in the code itself. I wonder here, like, maybe I should change this to not be a uint, but just be an int. Maybe the uint is, the unsigned int is ripping up. It could be that simple. 'Cause that's like the key difference between the two is the fact that one has a uint. Now, it would be very silly to me if that's the reason why it's freaking going crazy on me, but okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no problem, buddy. I mean, it does say there, execution order is less. Is that the issue? On the item manager. Edit. So the item manager has... That would be a difference. That would make sense. Like, it could be that it's just running out of order. Let's see. Nope. That wasn't it. It's still not being synchronized. But like edit. No errors. It's just not sending the state. Why? Let's see here. Network transform. But see the network transform on this one doesn't have a network object. Is that the issue? That could prove to be quite the issue. Okay, let's check that in. Still wouldn't necessarily explain why the state isn't being synchronized unless it somehow is struggling to deal with the child network object and reconciling that, but we'll see. See. Now it says player name not found, which is kind of weird, but no. That is still not the issue. Huh. But the enemy is getting synchronized. Why is the enemy getting synchronized? Fusion to player objects. Like, is that the issue? Yeah, the player object is an optional, convenient way. Let's see here. The player object is an optional, convenient way to associate each player in a game session with a particular network object avatar. Yeah. What on earth? Network behaviors. Root. Network transform. Right? Okay. Then we have the penguin. Penguin player events. Penguin newt. Network behavior. Root. Was a slight, I mean, it's not derailed so much as there's one thing that's sort of hanging us up here. The issue is that for whatever reasons unbeknownst to me, our player's state is not being synchronized. Port key. We have a sort key there too. Yeah, I think it's going to be good streaming. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. But of course we have to fix this shit first. Like, there's a prefab source and a file ID. And the penguin. Prefab source and a file ID. Yeah. We make reference to a state. We modify that state. Like here, player object spawn. Like, I wonder if the fact that it spawns here means that it spawns without a runner. Like, maybe it spawns prematurely. And this somehow, like, spawn client is called here, spawn client, which is sent as an RPC, await spawn on scene load done. But this is a network behavior. So we could do runner there. Hello, penguin robber. No, this is not Penguin World. Penguin heist and springs. It's not dead, it's just not being worked on. People be like, oh, is it dead? It's dead, right? The game is dead. It hasn't received an update. It's dead. Could be that spawning async does not provide I don't know, we'll see. We'll join in and just see what happens. Okay, it spawns the player just fine. Like, what does spawn async versus spawn? Um, all about eliminating differences. Spawning async is not how we spawn enemies, so That is one more difference we can eliminate. Yet again, we are is simulated is local player object and simulation spawned. Like the word count is probably not static for all. Yeah, like enemies have 78, so they send more data than a player. Right? That's the idea. Global interest.
It's a Patricio said. Ah! That fish video is up. Ah!
Oh, let's watch it.
Is that fish?
Mm-hmm.
Is that fish?
Preview.
He is chronically offline.
What a boring day. I think I can just make some stuff in my bookshelf.
Remember that fish to make a song today, or I'm gonna punish you again.
Don't worry, you won't be defrauded.
Good. I will be back later. I'm gonna take a snack break.
Is this real, actually?
I've finally finished the song. Now I can have a break.
You didn't make the 2 songs I asked for. I'm gonna punish you, that fish.
No, wait, you just asked for one soon. No, please.
Damn.
Flawless victory. Fatality.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Cinema. That deserves a mango and a fire. And also a penguin. Beautiful. Like, I am just nothing but dead. Like, it's weird though. Why would the enemies be synchronized? Oh, it's synchronized. It's just normal network transform? Okay, I'm gonna try one last thing, which is... Or not gonna be the last thing, but... Not the posable penguin, I meant the penguin prefab. So here, just disable this one. And the network trans... No. There. Oh, okay. Yeah, you've gotten really good at making videos, Pat, I have to say. Am I okay? Is my head sinking in again or something? Probably is. I wonder, I could probably edit the script of the network transform. Make a copy of it that way. If this ends up working. Yeah, this is not doing any good. Not doing any good. Okay, back to the drawing board. What would cause this penguin to not send its state? Like everything about this makes it look like there are no issues. Networked. Public override reference state stop penguin state. And then we'll look at the enemy. The enemy is replicating. For whatever reason, the enemy is replicating. So class enemy. Networked. Public override reference states.enemy state. States.penguin state. State. Arrow. Reference. Make reference. State.enemy state. State.penguin state. All by the book. All fine. All solid. Looks the same. I'll let him know. I'll let him know. Yeah, no problem, dude. So we have the public struct enemy state, which starts and ends there. The struct item state starts and ends there. Penguin state starts and ends there. There's nothing about this that looks off or weird. Strange. Nothing. It is an iNetwork struct. Yes. Double check that all of these are marked correct. Thank you, Pat. Thank you. Wait, there's nothing like... Hello there, Samuel. I am absolutely stumped. Entirely, absolutely, unconditionally stumped. Like, the states are not getting synchronized. Wait, I'm just gonna check something. Just a second. Well, it's not errors. That I would be happy if there were errors, but there aren't errors. If there were errors, I would be able to track down what the issue was. I wonder if the enemy... Well, the enemy state was replicated because the health was replicated. We saw that, but still the enemy position is not... I wonder... Yeah, because that was replicated. That was being replicated. We checked that because the penguin was holding their flippers up. Wait. Fixed update. Is that the issue? That could be the issue. Okay. We'll give this a try. Okay. So it might be that the state changes aren't replicating because of a race condition. And not the kind of race condition you are thinking. We might have solved it. If we have solved it, I'm a genius. If we didn't solve it, well, I'm still a genius, just not as much as I thought I was. No, but basically, when you're doing networking, you generally have, like, already games are quite complex because you're running one physics simulation and one rendering simulation. The rendering is displaying all the graphics on the screen and all the visuals and blah, blah, blah. And then the physics is running like on a fixed rate, simulating the physics of the game to the best of its ability. And it's nice to have it running on a fixed rate because that basically allows it to be way more reliable than if it's running on a frame-dependent one, which is like wildly fluctuating as you're like looking around the level and stuff like that. But with networking, you generally also have a networking loop because it's not tied to either the physics or the rendering. And when you're checking for changes, when you're optimizing a networking loop, you want to check for changes between point A and point B. And the reference for point A and point B... Oh, something's... Yeah, I don't think that worked. Hey, I look great though. Look at my flippers. They're broken. Yeah, I wasn't a genius. I thought I was, but... But like, if I kill this enemy though, the lock falls. Not many things are being synchronized, are they? Enemies being synchronized, but that's the only one that's like a network transform. Like when I grab the enemy, it's actually like floating around. Well, I guess they wouldn't be synchronized, but like still. This stuff isn't being displayed either. Either. Okay. Back to the drawing board. Like, what's this? Equals reference to this reinterpret state. I think I'm gonna end the stream for today. I'm gonna do some research on my own. And I'll be back tomorrow. So thank you all for tuning in today, and